23rd of July, 2024. Today we'll be having a revocation hearing in Orleans Parish Prison. Is there anybody in the room with you, Charles?
No,
For one more time, you guys,
Okay,
my
well,
camera died, so
Okay, Charles. Today we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
have
take
your
this time to take a
revocation
rest
hearing.
on
What
those
we're
apps.
gonna do
Okay.
is I'm gonna read your violation. You plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty with a statement, okay?
Yes,
That's
sir.
all you do is plead at first, and then after we get going, I'm gonna ask you some questions. So at first, just plead, one way or the other.
Have the revocation form to verify.
All right, I know. Charles, did you sign your revocation questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have it with you?
No, sir, I forgot it in my cell.
Okay, we're gonna put it on the screen. You just tell me if that's your signature.
Yes, sir, that's my signature.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna introduce the staff. With the staff at headquarters, identify yourself.
Francis Avenue.
Okay, and like I said, I'm the chair, Pete Freeman. Remotely, I have with me Ms. Renatza and Mr. Prater. Okay, we will be your panel today. So we're gonna go on and get started if there's no more preliminary information we need to get. Charles, you were charged with you were arrested by the New Orleans Police Department on 1/5/115/24 for aggravated flight from an officer, domestic abuse battery, possession of a firearm or weapon by a convicted felon, aggravated assault with a firearm, violation of a protective order, and resisting an officer. You pled guilty to resisting an officer. The charges of aggravated flight from an officer, domestic abuse battery, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and aggravated assault with a firearm were refused. How do you plead to this charge?
I plead guilty to the resisting arrest.
Okay, so the rest you plead innocent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the last charge is, okay, you also are charged with violating a protection order on 4/24/24. How do you plead to that charge?
I would say I plead not guilty because that's the same charge that
But we're gonna get to that. I'm gonna ask you the questions, okay?
okay, sir.
And then you're currently $315 in arrears. You were supposed to be 9/23. You were supposed to start paying on 9/1/23, and not one payment has been made. How do you plead to that charge?
I would have to plead that I'm guilty with a statement.
Okay, that'll work. All right, Charles, like I say, I've been assigned your case today. I'm gonna be leading off with the question. Charles, tell me what happened. What went on in that call?
Well, I had just lost my son on 8/2 of last year to brain cancer. And man, his mother wasn't seeing eye to eye on a lot of things because she felt like it was my fault that my son ain't have insurance. So when he died, I was lack of money. I had just got a job and I couldn't really give her a lot of money to pay for the funeral. And then we just had a lot of misunderstandings and it led up to me coming to prison.
Okay, tell me what went on at that quick stop? What happened? Did you have a gun?
No, sir.
Okay, why would her and her daughter say you had a gun?
Man, because my stepdaughter, like they always would rule against me. Whatever their mother said, they basically gonna go along with it. And like I said, like she was really grieving from our son's death. And
Correct. Yeah.
I'm about to get married too, Mr. So at your forget I'm about to get married and I and my fiance don't see eye to eye at all. So I guess she's being mean to me.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you now, I looked at that tape, which was a long tape. We got body camera from the police officer. The young lady was definitely very upset, but I'm gonna tell you what caught me on that tape now. That little boy walked out the house, not knowing what was going on, and the minute they said gun, he described that gun to a T that you had, and they had never told him what kind of gun you had, but he described it. Tell me why that boy would know what kind of gun you had.
I don't know. I don't live at the residence, sir, so I really can't say why would he say that. And I never was shown a body cam footage, cause when she let me call the police, I was at work, sir.
Okay. All right, and like you said, you ended up pleading to resisting an officer.
Yes,
Uh,
sir.
Did you put your hands on her? Did y'all have a fight?
No, sir. That's why all my charges was dropped. And it should have an affidavit from her saying her reasons online on me in my file.
Well, I don't have that affidavit and I don't see her here today. Where's she at?
She at home. I got my affidavit and all my printout from my parole officer. It's
Mhm.
upstairs in my cell, showing on my behalf when she signed the affidavit and everything for me.
And have you worked since you got out?
Yes, sir. I was working for Health Service Cleaning Solution.
Okay, why you didn't pay any fees? You had too much going on with other bills with your son and stuff?
Yes, sir. And I'm still backed up right now.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about the money. The money's not the main offense here. I'm more worried about whether you had a gun or not. I have no further questions. Do any of my colleagues have any questions?
I don't.
Okay, Mr.
Do not.
Frank?
I
Okay,
do not have any.
okay, like I say, I was assigned your case today, so.
Oh man,
I'm
it's gonna be a
vote
wrap. No
first.
questions that
And,
quick?
I'm be
Damn.
honest with you, I think you had a gun, and you also pled to resisting an officer. That's one thing y'all don't realize, that any plea of guilty is a plea of guilty, so that I find that you violated your parole.
Johnny had
in that
a
you pled
gun.
guilty to resisting an officer, and also, that I think you had a gun. That's my
Johnny
vote.
had that gun.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, I agree with you completely. I vote to revoke.
Ms. Renata?
Mr. Anderson, I'm truly sorry about the loss of your son. I know that's hard to deal with, but I do agree with my colleagues. I do believe you had a gun. You pled guilty to resisting. My vote today is to revoke your parole.
All right,
Jail.
thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right,
Good
so
luck.
he's
to you.
revoked, you
Reapply
guys.
as soon as you yell. You'll get a letter saying when you yell.
Yeah, nah, he gonna try to say some more stuff. They
That I have to do all my parole term.
So you'll go back and do so much time and then you'll become eligible again.
I'm surprised they even said anything. Normally they just cut him off and just so he was denied. What do you guys think?
All right, good morning. Today is July 23rd, 2024. We are at Tangipahoa Parish Prison. Would staff at headquarters introduce themselves?
Parole. Francis Abbott.
Okay, I am joined today by my
That's not on
colleagues.
the
I'll be the chair,
floor.
Ms.
Don't
Cheryl
do anything.
Renata and Mr. Steve Prater.
Crazy.
We're here
You guys are
today
so
for your
scared of going here as a
revocation
human too,
hearing.
so
The way this is gonna go, I'm
Crazy.
gonna read you your violations.
I'm not watching.
You are to plead guilty, not guilty, guilty with a statement, or not guilty
I'm
with a
gonna say
statement.
this.
Do you understand?
Talk about it.
Do you have your questionnaire with you, your parole questionnaire?
No, sir, I don't have a parole question.
Okay, we're gonna put it on the screen. Tell me if that's your signature. Is that your signature?
Yes, yes, sir, that's it.
Okay, so you're not eligible for counsel and I can see you didn't retain your counsel. Okay, so, after we do all of this, we'll read all your violations. We'll let you, plead guilty or not guilty, and then we'll let your speakers, Shawanda Robinson, your mother, speak. And then we'll let Summer Taylor, the fiance, speak. And then we're gonna let Mr. Steve Prater, who was assigned your case, ask you the questions. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. It says that you moved without permission of the parole officer on about 12/15/23. Tell me your name and DLC number, I'm sorry.
Shane Chester, 716-376.
Okay. Like I said, it says you violated condition number 2, that you failed to report to your parole agent on 1/11/24. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Number 3, you moved without the permission of your parole officer on or about 12/15/2023. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. You were engaged in criminal conduct which led to your arrest on 2/3/24 by the Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office and subsequently charged with aggravated domestic abuse battery and child endangerment. This charge was amended in open court on 5/22/24 to criminal mischief. The offender entered a no contest plea. Court accepted accused plea. The court sentenced the defendant to be committed to the parish prison for 102 days with credit for time served. How do you plead to those charges?
The initial charge or the charge that I was playing with after that.
All of the violations. How do you plead to them?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. And you failed to make any payments towards your supervision fees and are currently $252 in arrears. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay. As I said, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you ask any questions, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Come on.
I need to know what exactly did you plead to in reference to the domestic violence situation?
I pled to the criminal mischief. That was the charge that they amended it to, and that's the charge that I pled to.
Okay, Miss Nix, sometimes we see in these situations where the victim sends an affidavit in saying it didn't really happen and etc. Miss Nix is saying it did happen. For sure, and she couldn't understand why all of the charges were reduced to a misdemeanor. She's so adamant that it happened. Can you explain
How long does
why?
the damn
Explain that situation.
camera battery charge?
To be honest, I came home.
Still charging. I'll let y'all know.
I came home. Well, the situation is basically because I moved on. I got with somebody else, and she started calling the police, and that was it. I was never around her. I had a restraining order that was placed on me that I didn't know about in October. I think that's when the charges was placed.
I'm an old man too. I get cranky after 9 o'clock, so I really
restraining order,
shouldn't be
something was
down
like
at
that
what
was
time?
placed.
10? Yeah.
And I had to move from that address. But I have a recording where she was talking to my lawyer, and she told my lawyer, she stated to my lawyer that she did not want to proceed with any charges. She did not want to see me just sitting in jail for a year. If I didn't have to sit in jail for a year and I didn't do anything, she wanted to help me out the best way she could. That's what she told my lawyer. I have all of those recordings on file. I have everything on file when she stated it to my lawyer.
Okay, her son was present also and said the same thing. Her side of the story.
I mean, I never even had a statement, anything from him. Like, I never read anything, heard that he had a statement. I have never heard anything about this. It was just so far I've heard. That's all I've heard. I never heard anything else about it. So I don't know how to answer that question. I wasn't nowhere around at the time of the situation that this happened. She found out I was with someone else, and That's what happened. She called the police on me and she said that I abused her by strangulation, and I guess the kids was at the house. I don't know, to be honest.
If I was to say I was gonna flash out at somebody, what does that mean?
I just tell them like what's basically going on, like let them know like about the situation that's going on, like so they have a clear understanding of what's going on. That's all it means.
The term flash out?
Yeah, like flash out, I'm gonna flash out and let you know exactly what's going on, like what this means. That's all it means. It don't mean anything else. Like I'm gonna tell you exactly what's going on with the situation. That's all it means.
Okay. All right, so you did plead guilty to something, and I think that's all the questions I got.
Ms. Renata, you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
I have one question. They say they took pictures of her injuries. How did she get those injuries?
On the police report, they said she didn't have any injuries. They didn't see any injuries on her in court or anything like that. That's why my charge got amended down.
Okay, okay. Let me just put this in the record. Deputy Martin had Nix fill out Louisiana victim notice and register form and gave her further reporting information. Deputy Martin took photos of the victim's injuries, which will later be uploaded to evidence. Deputy Martin then filed a warrant for your Shane Chester's arrest. So you're telling that there was no injury?
No, sir, there was no marks or any physical injuries on her neck or anything like that. Like I said, I was nowhere around her at the time of this incident.
Okay. All right, we're gonna hear now from your mother, Shawanda Robinson. Ms. Robinson?
Hi. For some reason, it won't allow me to have my camera on, but I just wanted to state that Shane's been there since I think about November. We've been going back and forth. Miss Nix, she says that he does things, then she say he doesn't do things. It's just been an ongoing back and forth thing with her making allegations, then she changed her mind and say things didn't happen. I just want to see this resolved. When you move on for somebody, I'm a firm believer because I am a woman. And I don't want to see anybody abused or misused or mistreated. But if somebody moves on, that doesn't give me the right to say things or to try to place them in places that they should not be. Although I do believe in being accountable for situations, I don't know what happened. All I know is that he said it didn't happen. She said it didn't happen. Then she said it did happen. It's just like too much back and forth hearsay about the situation. And I just want to see him to be able to move on with his life, be productive, continue to work. He likes and enjoys working on the boats offshore or whatever. But from my understanding, he did not, with the protection order, how can he stay in a home? And it was my understanding that he did let Miss Amy know that he had moved or
I
changed
don't have my
addresses,
headphones on,
and she would
so
say
I
that
can't
that was
hear.
fine. I
And
have
I'm
not
not even,
spoken with Miss Amy
well,
because I
I
don't
shouldn't
like
say
to
that. I'm
interfere
not
with
watching.
anything that's
And
concerning law enforcement because I am
Cam, y'all can
also
hear
in
what
law
I'm watching.
enforcement.
You turn
It
that
was
down.
to the point
But listen,
where Miss Nix was calling
why did he
my
send me
then
this? My
employee
camera's
saying
dead.
that I was
As soon as it
interfering,
charge
and I
up,
didn't have
get
any
back to
knowledge
I
at
got
the
some shit to
time
say.
of what was
And I'm talking
going
about something
on.
you. That's
And
why I
thank
sent it to you
God
guys. I want
my
to talk about something you.
supervisors and the
And
chief knew
yeah, I'm
me
gonna let you
and
watch
knew
this though.
my credibility that that was not my character. I just
I want to
wish
talk
that
to
this
and
is
about.
over with. Let him be free to help raise his child. And they just co-parent. That's my desire, to see him home, being able to work and be able to co-parent with her. Even if it means that we have to have a mediation or a pickup to get the minor child, and things of that nature. And I think she's a little upset because we're not able to get her other child that they were raising together, but that's not biologically his. But it
Mhm.
was stated by the judge that we have to do what's right for the child that's just his. And I don't have a problem with getting the other child because we love her as well. But I don't want it to be a situation where she says something happened and it didn't happen, and then we're being held reliable for a child that's not legally ours,
I wonder if I
even
can do
though
this
we love her to death.
with a regular light.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Summer
shit.
Taylor, your fiance, what do you have to say, Ms. Taylor?
Hi, I was just wanting to basically express my support on Shane and his
We're
character.
about to find
Shane is
out.
actually a very loving guy. Since me and him have been together, I've never had, I mean, of course, people disagree, have little verbal
What do those
arguments
kids
and
say?
things
I ain't
like
gonna
that.
hold you.
But as far as,
Alright,
like putting your hands on anybody or anything like that,
let's see if I can get
absolutely
this.
not. Shane has a pure heart. He's very loving to his daughters as well as mine. He's definitely a bonus dad to my girls as well. And we definitely would like to just see him home. He's a very hardworking man. That's all he did was go to work and home every day since he's been with me. As far as Miss Nix, I don't personally know her. I don't know the situation at hand. I know she was sending police to my house stating that Mr. Chester had was calling her basically and saying that he was sending threats
See
to
what we
her,
got
which
going on.
definitely
So
was not
I'm in the cut. I
true.
don't want nobody to see it. I
But
got the
I just hope y'all can
smoke
find it
drawer.
in your hearts to let him come home.
T2 Terminator stop.
Okay.
I'm trying to get this
All
figured
right,
out while you guys watch that here. Let me put the head.
That'll do it for the testimony.
I'll be a good
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Prater, you'll go first because you had the case.
Yes, sir. I think that after reading his parole record, the notes from the parole officer, and the fact that he pled guilty to something, even though he's saying it didn't happen like it says, the lady's adamant about it and writes it up at length that it happened and that she's scared of him because that it happened.
Terrified.
And I say again, he pled guilty to something, and the notes talks about he had
Gotta
a
hurry
bad
up because he's about to
attitude
get
and
smoked.
that sort
Bad
of thing from
attitude.
his parole officer. So I vote to revoke at this time.
Woo!
Okay, Ms. Renatza?
Yes, I do agree with Mr. Prater. The record is very clear that something did happen. He pled guilty to criminal mischief in court. So my vote today is to revoke.
Vote.
And I agree with my colleague. My vote is to revoke. Good luck to you, Mr. Chester.
All right, I didn't
Oh,
hear it.
okay, with this, what would I have to do?
And I'm
on
gonna
my
be honest,
parole?
you don't get to
On-
say
on-
nothing
on
else,
being
Mr.
revoked
Chester.
today, what would I have to do? Like,
It's over,
I mean,
Mr.
I
Chester.
have 3 years left on parole. So
It's
what would
over.
I be doing off my?
Get a letter in the mail telling you your time, okay?
Hey, look, he's looking at his people
All right.
like they hate when you
All
try to
right,
get some
so
extra
we
talk
are
in.
closing out
Let's
at
cut the
Tangible
cameras.
Hope Parish Jail
Let's cut the cameras.
at 9:35.
Cut the cameras. All right, smoking time. Let's see how we can do this. So this is the smoke throwing gun. I've got to get it going first. I bet. Well, I know. Let's get it going. Okay. Okay. All right, I get it. Okay. All right, I get what's supposed to do. All right. All right. No problem. All right, so let's get it in the middle. All right. Let's get it in the middle now that we know what we're cooking with. All right, we're about to get this one. We're about to get loaded. I get it now. So I've got this, and I have a I don't know how to explain it other than you can roll something and put it in it. It's by raw. I test that one too. I'm pretty excited about that one. Put a hole. Stick where I think go. See what we got now. You guys ready? All right. Smoke throwing catapulty gun. Still smoking, sure. Should I, when I get it going, should I put it in my face? Got to, right? No home else. Pause. Oh yeah, it's about to be on. So what we got? Oh yeah, it's definitely burning. It's definitely burning. Let's get some. Let's get some parole hearings. Rocking and rolling. That ain't do nothing. Kind of odd, you know what I mean?
Okay, Mr. Ferris, how you doing this morning?
All right, you.
I'm good. Hey, give me your name and DOC number, please.
Norman Ferris, 730-937.
Okay,
Fallout
Mr.
stuff.
Ferris, did you ever get an approved residence plan?
That was right, I didn't.
Okay, because you realize it's parole here and it gonna make a difference.
Right, that's what I was just telling them. I could have went home last year and
Yeah.
three of 23, and so I mean I get out January 23rd, 25, so I'm just gonna do the rest of my time. You know?
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So can we?
They just say, and.
Yeah, okay, so just state that for me again. You rather stay to your full term, correct?
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
January 25th.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you, sir. We will be passing on this hearing as the offender stated he does not wish to have.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, let me just say hello to my old friends there in the
Oh.
room. It's good to see you guys.
Hey,
Take care. Take care.
you too.
Yourself too.
Good luck, Mr. Ferris.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Back in the room you was in.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna part ways on this one. Just trying to take that good break.
Hey, good morning.
Come on.
Good morning.
My name is Pete Freeman. I'll be the chair today. With me is Ms. Cheryl Renatza and Mr. Steve Prater, who will be your members of the board. We are currently at LTCW with the staff there. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. My name is Phyllis Jones, Program Coordinator.
Okay, anyone else in there with you, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay. Today we are here for the parole hearing on Ashley Mason. Ms. Mason, please state your name and DOC number.
Ashley Mason, 580565.
Okay, Ms. Mason, I'm gonna read some information for the record, okay?
Yes, sir.
Like you a fourth felony offender. You're in for third offense, habitual offender theft, third offense, habitual offender theft, probational technical, possession of bureau, in the orphan, probation technical theft, possession of GABAPENTIN, gabapentin, and another probation. And your dates are, your parole date was on 7/23/24, so that's today. And your good time date is 6/5/26. How do you plead to that? I mean, does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but your parole date was 3/5/24. I'm sorry, not 7/23. Okay, the way we're gonna have this hearing is that we'll allow you to speak on your behalf and tell us what went on. And then we will, your case has been assigned to, I think, Ms. Renatza. That's just out of process of elimination. And Ms. Renatza will ask you the questions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Renatza?
I would defer
I'm
to.
sorry. First off, Ms. Mason, I would like for you to tell what happened in your own words and why should we turn you loose, and anything you would like to tell. Okay?
Yes, sir. First off, I want to say, I had an addiction that, led me to do what I did. I've been trying to get help. I want to go to a sober living to, start over and, get my kids back.
Okay. All right. What happened? I mean, you were just an addict, never sold, you were just using?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Next, we have no one here in your favor. We have no one here to oppose. Mr. Prater, would you ask her questions, please?
Yes, Ashley, the purpose of this is for us to determine whether you are benefit to society being out or whether you should stay in, and how you're going to do after that. You've got a moderate risk according to the assessment that's been done there at the jail, which is kind of unusual. Most of them are low risk. When was your last conviction? I've got that down here, but I want you to tell me.
I'm not quite sure the date. I was on drug court before the theft charge.
Okay, but when did you get sentenced your last time?
In May
Of what year?
of 23, is that correct?
Well, yes, ma'am. I think it was a little bit longer than that, but it may have been May. But it was in 2023,
Yes,
and
sir.
that was just last year. And so at that time, how many years did you get?
3.
3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2. 3, it all run concurrent, but you did get 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2. And now just a number of months later, you're wanting to get out with a moderate risk. And I'm having trouble in my mind thinking that that's what's best for society with the number of thefts and the number of drug problems that drug charges you've had over your career of your life. Is there anything you can say to convince me not to deny this?
I'd like a chance to go out there and go into a sober living. I didn't think that I had a chance before when I got released last time. I tried to go to a drug court and they wouldn't accept me into a sober living after being incarcerated for like 9 months. They said I had to have a sponsor and everything, but I'm willing to try to go to a program.
What programs have you been in since you've been in jail?
None. I've been writing for classes since I've gotten here.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Renata, do you have any questions?
I have a couple. You mentioned that the reason you're here is you had an addiction.
Yeah, I've been sober a year and a half now.
When's the last time you had a drug test?
I haven't had the opportunity to take one.
And you mentioned you want to get back to your kids. How many kids?
I have 5
And where are they?
with my aunt.
And how old are you?
I'm 39.
And what's the age range of your 5 children?
The oldest is 13, the youngest is 7.
Stair steps, huh?
Yeah.
So, and they're with your aunt, is that it, Jenny?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to your children?
It's been a year.
Since you've been in jail?
Yes. I haven't
When's the
been
last
able
time you spoke with your aunt?
since when I got arrested.
So what do you think you need to do to stay clean and sober?
I need a program. I need a step in the door. Like before, I had no support. You know, I don't want to use. I want to be with my kids. I want to stay sober. I want to do the right thing. I just need a chance.
Well, your track record's not too good.
I know. It
And I'm
seems
sure
like when I get in trouble and I do the wrong thing, I try to go to do the right thing, but just things just don't fall in place for I can accomplish my goal, you know?
have you ever had any treatment for your addiction? Ever?
Somewhat, yeah. I had
What's that mean?
I had outpatient drug court. I've been into hospitals.
Did you ever complete a program?
Yeah. I went to 3 months in rehab and I came out. I just didn't have anywhere to go.
Where would you go now?
I want to go to a long-term, like a sober living, like, you know, somewhere I can get on my feet.
All right. Well, I have, you ever had any write-ups since you've been there?
No, ma'am.
Well, good. That's good. So you're not in any class at all?
No, I've been writing since November and they keep telling me that my out date's too far, that I have to wait till I get placed in class.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Would you object to a DOC inpatient facility?
Excuse me?
Do you object going to a DOC treatment facility?
I will go.
You would go,
Yes,
try?
sir. Yes,
Because
sir.
like they say, you've got a terrible record. And
I
when
know.
you get out this time, mess up, you probably see your kids till they grown and gone.
I want
Okay?
my baby. Yes, sir.
All right. I have no further questions. Is the panel ready to vote?
Sure, I am.
Okay, Mr. Prater?
Well, I'm going to vote to deny, and then I'm going to yield to the chairman or to Mrs. Renatza about some suggestions of what we can do to assist you to go to an in-house treatment plan.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Mason, I agree with Mr. Prater. I think I don't think you're ready. I'm glad, my vote is going to be to deny your parole based on the lack of treatment. Now, I think that you're at the facility. LTCW does have a substance abuse treatment program. If we can ask Ms. Jones to help get you in that program, it would be beneficial to you. You don't earn good time, so that's not going to move your out date, but you would, if you go through the program, you would have an opportunity to reapply for another parole hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I got, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Ms. Brown, y'all gonna be able to try to accommodate her with that?
Sir,
Are y'all gonna be able to try to accommodate getting her into the program over there?
absolutely, sir.
Okay, well, that's gonna be our recommendation, because I concur with my fellows. I think you got the right mindset. Let's go get you some treatment first, because if we don't get you some treatment, you coming back.
Yes,
And
sir.
I think you need DOC treatment. I don't think you need it out on the street with distract. So, that's our vote today. We're denying, but we're recommending the treatment. And as Ms. Renata said, you can reapply when you get out, and we'll set you back up, okay?
How long do I have till I reapply? Like after I do the class or?
We'll have to review your record, but, we'll send it on the notification letter about this hearing.
Okay. All right, that'll close with Salvin LTCIW, at 10:16.
Okay, so they recommended you, they ordered you to class.
Who is you guys ever heard of Aldrich Ames or
Okay,
Ames?
parole board back in order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the chair.
CIA
Today
agent who sold
serving with me
secrets
is
to the
Ms.
Soviet
Cheryl
Union died.
Renatza, Mr. Steve Prater. We will be having a parole hearing on Charles Nelson. Is anybody there with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we were at Caterpillar Correctional. Would the staff introduce yourself, please?
Mr. Captain, they want you to introduce yourself.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What's your name, ma'am?
Lieutenant Kathy Townsend.
Lieutenant Kathy Hamilton. Okay. Ms. Hamilton, while we have you on, is there anything you could tell us about the offender?
Well, he's never had any write-ups. When he does class, he pays attention in class really good. He is currently enrolled in risk management phases 1 and 2. We've never had no problems.
Okay.
He's very respectful, very polite.
And you were Lieutenant Hamilton.
Yes, sir. I run the law library and Zoom court here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can put him back on now.
You're welcome.
Okay, Charles, can you give me your name and DLC number for the record?
Charles Nelson, 369630.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, today we're here for your parole hearing. I'm gonna read some preliminary information into the record. After I'm finished reading that information, I'm gonna allow you to, make your statement, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, listen to what I'm saying and make sure everything's correct. Your name is Charles Nelson, DOC number 369-630. You are a fourth offender. You have a parole date of 5/19/21, a good time date of 6/7/37, and a full term date of November 19th, 2037. You're serving a total of 22 years for habitual offender, P-Wid cocaine, possession with intent to distribute heroin, possession with intent to distribute hydrocodone, and then they habitual offended you. Does that information sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I have been assigned your case, so I'm going to ask you the questions today, Mr. Nelson, and then we will let Mr. Randall Myers, who is here in opposition, ADA for Jefferson Parish. We'll let him comment and then we'll vote. We'll let my other members ask questions, then we'll vote. Okay, Mr. Nelson, how long have you served on this 22-year sentence?
8 years, 8 months, and 23 days as of today.
Okay, how much? Okay, and how old are you?
46.
And your educational level?
I have a GED.
You got it while in prison?
On my last incarceration. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Charles, go on and tell me what happened. Why were you dealing drugs and what was going on and why should we let you out today?
Well, it started when I was young at age of 12 years old. I started selling drugs. And I said, that's the worst decision I made in my life because it kind of ruined my life. It was like we was going through hard times, my family and I. But like when I made that decision, it's just like that lifestyle have a life of its own. And I realized that this time incarcerated that that was the worst choice and decision I ever made in life. That's why I'm going through I went through all the things I went through and why I'm at where I'm at today. But I made the decision to, like, since I've been incarcerated not to participate in none of that no more because it's too hurtful and painful to everybody, my family and myself. And it's like making that choice and decision, it ain't good for nobody. And it just when I went back and looked at my life, that was caused all the problems I went through to this day, dealing drugs. And if I wouldn't have never made them choices or decision, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And that's why, like, I can't do that no more. And like, if I want to be participating in that again, it's like it's a lot of drug dealing while you're incarcerated. And I choose to stay away from everything because I just regret that decision now. And like, I can't do that no more. I don't want to go through this no more.
All right. So you said you started selling at 12. Did you ever use?
I smoked the weed,
Okay,
a
anything ever heavier than weed?
little pain pill. I started in 2000,
Hmm.
and that's it.
Have you ever been to treatment for drugs?
No, sir.
You taking any classes that talk about drugs or try to keep you away from drugs? Or you in NA or AA?
I did substance abuse phase 1 and 2 when I was at Riverbend Correctional Center. They talked about drugs, and I did parenting and anger management, and like that was the only classes they got here. And they got I'm currently in risk management right now, but like I'm the only classes that's at this facility where I'm at. And when I was at Riverbend, they wouldn't allow me to get in nothing but that one class. And it, like when you got time like this, it's hard to get in any kind of class when you be trying and trying everywhere I've been, and they don't do nothing for you. Like all you could do is just try. And like knowing that my situation, I'm coming up for parole, like I hate to come in front y'all without taking care of the business and the things I need to take care of and look like I ain't doing nothing when all you doing is trying your whole heart out and like nothing you can do. If nobody don't do nothing for you, it's a hard struggle.
Okay. You were living a pretty good life when you were selling drugs, huh?
I say it may look like that, but it ain't really no good
Yeah, I
lifestyle.
mean, first time you got busted, you was in a Volvo, and the second time you was in a Cadillac SUV. So just sounds like to me that's pretty good life. I don't have a Volvo yet, but I'm gonna get one. Uh, okay, and what about did you refuse commands when they arrested you?
No, sir.
Did you try to get away and run into the back of the cop car?
At the time, on my vehicle, my brakes was like they was iron on the vehicle. So I tried to stop, but by it being like rubbing iron, and it had no choice but to kind of run into it a little bit.
You got a pretty bad supervision history. It's like your probation's been revoked 3 times, parole once, and 1 unsatisfactory termination. You got 5 children. Do you see your children?
I have 4. I see them. Yes, sir.
Okay. How often do you talk to them?
I talked to some like yesterday. I talk to them currently. Try to
Okay.
talk to them like once a week at least.
Let's see. Where you gonna live?
I'm going to move in Slidell by my mom.
Okay. Where you gonna work?
I'm gonna work for Carrollton at the seafood place. My nephew or the manager at. I'm gonna be a like forklift driver.
Okay. How you gonna stay sober? Stay away from drugs.
I ain't gonna participate in none of that. And if y'all want me to go to any kind of classes or AA meetings or Drug Dealers Anonymous, I'm willing to participate in anything to keep me on the right track. Because I don't want to participate in nothing wrong no more. I regret all the decisions and choices I made because it's like it hurt me to this day.
You know, and I put down here that you didn't take many programs, but most programs wasn't offered to you. Looks like over time you took victim accountability, I believe. You took risk management 1 and 2, parenting and anger management.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you learn from a victim accountability? Do you realize you were making victims out of people?
Yes, sir. And
Wouldn't want nobody dealing your kids' drugs, would you?
no, sir. I hate I did that. That's like I said, that choice and decision. Like I was young, but then like it took me up until 37 when I come to jail this time. Like I realized I was tired of that lifestyle and like I made a lot of wrong choices and I hurt a lot of people and I hurt people's family and like I don't want to do that to nobody no more. I want to go try to help people and encourage them and be an example and not the example to nobody no more, but in the right way, in the right perspective.
Okay. Your custody is medium. You have 0 write-ups, which is good. Have you ever had a write-up?
No, sir,
I'm
I
talking
had.
about this term.
No,
of
sir,
supervision.
I had one local write up when I was like in 15 when I was at Winfield. That was it.
Okay. All right. And you are a low risk. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Do my colleagues have any questions?
I just had one. Well, maybe. Mr. Nelson, you mentioned you've been in jail, I think you said 8 years, 8 months, and 22 days. Is this the longest period of time you've been in jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this time, what was the longest amount of time you spent in jail?
My last incarceration, I did like 6.5 years.
So we talked about your lifestyle when you were on the street. Did you ever have a legal job?
Yes, ma'am.
Doing
One
what?
time, one time I was a crane mechanic before I come to jail this time. I done did carpentry work. I done did painting. I kind of like know how to do a variety of things, but like That was my last current job. I was a crane mechanic, and they laid me off because I had a kidney surgery. And when I tried to go back there, our supervisor got the whole division fired.
How long did you have that job?
It was for like a year before I had the kidney removed.
And you were still selling drugs?
Yes, ma'am. But like I said, when I got incarcerated this time, I realized like that lifestyle have a life of its own, and like I said, that was the worst choice and decision I ever made in life to pertain to dealing drugs. And like I can't afford it. I can't do it no more. I would not do it no more. I just, I was young, I guess, and like I made the wrong decision.
You were addicted to the money.
Exactly. It's like a user. When you on drugs, you gotta have it. A drug dealer, when you don't have drugs, you gotta get the money. Like you gotta get it. Like if you're a user because you want the money, but like that's over with for me. Like I said, like it's just I went through too much, but it took me so long to learn and realize. But I thank God today I don't realize it and I understand, and I won't make them choices and decisions no more.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Prater, you have any questions?
Mr. Nelson, have you ever been arrested for a violent crime?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay. We only have one speaker today, and that is Mr. Randall Myers. Mr. Myers. Like you froze.
Sir.
Sorry, I think I'm here now.
Can you talk now?
Yeah, y'all hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. We're opposed at this time. He's extensive criminal record with a 15-year history of drug offenses. He's only served 8 of his 22 years sentence, and his supervision record has been poor. He was last denied because of lack of programs. He stated why he hasn't taken sufficient programming since. Maybe he can get some help getting into some additional programs. But a big concern I have is his comment that he would go to substance abuse if y'all want me to. He needs to want to go. I think he needs long-term substance abuse before he can be considered for parole. So for those reasons, we're opposed.
Okay. All right. All right. Is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
Okay. I'll go first today since you were my case. Mr. Nelson, you gave a very good interview. You're very intelligent, man. Of course, you had to be if you was handling those kind of drugs and dealing and stuff. Pretty smart fella is what I'm trying to tell you. And I kind of believe that you are maybe past your drug dealing days, but the simple problem I got is you haven't done but 8.5 years on a 22-year sentence, and we got to get you some more programs. So I'm gonna request that we get you moved to a place with programs, but at this time, my vote is to deny. Mr. Prater?
John?
Sir.
Feel like that you did give a really good interview. You sound very sincere. Been in 8 years on a 22-year sentence. I gotta think, since you've not committed any violent crimes and you've served this amount of your time, I'm willing to give you a chance. I'm willing to grant.
Okay. Ms. Renatson?
All right, Mr. Nelson. I enjoyed hearing you speak. I know sometimes we hear pretty canned responses where people tell us what they think we want to hear because others have coached them in that regard. I don't think that's the case in your case. I do believe that you would benefit from some substance abuse treatment, as the DA has said, inpatient,
Alright, what I
long-term
missed?
substance abuse treatment, because you need to learn why you were addicted to the money. You know, you may have not been a addicted drug user, but you do have an addiction that you need to deal with. I would go along with Mr. Prater. My vote would be to grant your parole, but only after completion of the Steve Hoyle substance abuse treatment program.
That sounds good. All right.
Thank you.
That would be my
I'll be
vote.
back.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, 2 out of 3 votes. That's enough to get you parole today. You make darn sure you go to Steve Hall and pass that class, so that'll get you unparoled. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, man. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Good luck.
Oh, closing out, there at, right? 10:42. Yeah, 10:43.
You know, a whole bunch of making and knocking up in this motherfucker. Final destination shit. Okay, it's about to come up. My camera should be charged by now. Ooh, it is. I had to switch my camera. Ugh. But do I want to pep up? How long's it been? An hour already? Damn. Alright, let me get one more. Let me get one more hour and I'll be back. Well, my pizza will be here in a minute. Let me get a little shut eye. I'll be back. In the meantime, though, let me know what you think of this. Actually, you know what? I got somebody tap in with me, man. Somebody show me that you love me. Show me, show me. I'm finna be slowing us, Joe. Yeah. I turned the mic off. Usually, I guess that's why I don't get no kind of subscribers, but you know, I'm low key, fast slow. Suffer from that. Low key, real fast slow. So I usually turn the mic off when I'm getting bigger. Start putting together numbers. See, I did it right there, putting together numbers and words. All those damn silences. The thing about the stuff. About to say. All right, y'all. Like I said, let me get a little bit of rest.
Okay, the board is back in
Camera is ready,
session.
though,
We're
so we're gonna
now
be
at
back in action.
Tinsall Parish. Would any staff at Tinsall introduce themselves, please?
M lit, M as in Mary, LITT lit.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And what is your job there?
Some of everything. I do court, I do property, and I do hearing.
Okay, all right. There anything you need to say about Mr. Thornton? You have any comments?
Well,
County?
only thing I know, we never hear nothing about him. He's, just as quiet as a mouse.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. No disciplinary problems. All right. Okay, I'm gonna read some stuff into the record. Mr. Thornton, please state your name and DOC number.
Willie Thornton on DOC number 470039.
Okay. All right, Mr. Thornton, you are a second-class offender. You have a parole date of 2/27/22. Good time date of 8/16/2034 and a full term date of 2/27/35. You were sentenced for racketeering, habitual offender, distribution of cocaine, attempted conspiracy, distribution of heroin, cocaine, and possession with intent to distribute cocaine and you had a total sentence of 20 years. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The way we're gonna start this hearing is we're gonna allow you to tell us, why were you doing the things you were doing? What were you doing? And why should we release you today? And
Okay. You want me to start off now? Cause I can speak now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, the reason why I was doing those things, I was caught up in the things I had gone against with my peer group and my neighbor, and I just was lost. I never tried another avenue or another opportunity. I just was doing things I did with my peers and my the guys I grew up with in that neighborhood. That's how I got caught in the rack of 10. I was in my late teens to early 20s when all these things was going on. During my incarceration, I had a lot of time to think about it. I lost a lot of family members, and I'm just trying to get on the right track. I don't change my heart. I look at things a lot differently now that I did. I've been down 10 plus years. My heart just changed. My mind is way different. Trying to go in a new environment around new people and surround myself around positive people, positive attitudes. Just give myself a chance to do right. Get on the right track.
Okay.
I had to
What have you done to prepare yourself to get out?
What you said, sir?
What have you done to prepare yourself to get out?
Oh, I had the opportunity to work at Camp Minden for the United States military, and it made me be responsible. I was able to I was working from 6 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the evening for 40 hours a week. So it made me responsible to go to sleep at night, to get up, to follow safety protocols, dealing with diesel gas, dealing around heavy machinery. I built my bond up with my family good. I've been on my religious studies. I got other avenues, a lot of other things. I don't communicate with the people I used to be around. I just been trying to be positive. I always be positive energy, positive attitude.
Okay. All right. Mr. Myers, what do you have to say?
Yes, ma'am. And they just started with him. Okay.
Sorry about that. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish. We're strongly opposed to Mr. Thornton. His peer group that he discussed is the Harley Hustlers gang. That gang had subsets, which was Murder Squad and YBS. They were involved in drugs, theft, violence, murder. He's only served, he said, 10 years of a 20-year sentence. In his limited programs that he's taken, in the 2 years since his last denial in 2022, and he was denied because of lack of programming and job skills. Sounds like he may have gotten some job skills, but no additional programming. He's only had partners in parenting, reducing angry feelings, and risk management phase 1 since the last hearing. For those reasons, we're strongly opposed to his request.
Okay. Mr. Thornton, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, please ask any questions that you have.
So, Mr. Thornton, I can see why your name was Bald Head. That was your gang name, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about that gang. Did you ever possess any guns, and did you have anything to do with any of the violence perpetrated by that gang?
I never was a violent offender, but I did have possessed guns before. I never did any violent type of crimes though. Never was a violent offender.
Okay. And so the indictment was for 2005 through 2015, I think.
Yes,
So
sir.
that 10 years were you involved in that gang activity for 10 years?
No, a lot of the times I was incarcerated during those 10 years. I was incarcerated. I wasn't out there the whole time. I was incarcerated when it started for Katrina. I was incarcerated 2005 when it started.
All right, and you don't have a good time date, so you just have your parole eligibility date and your full-time date. So, and you were denied parole in 2022, and you applied for a rehearing and granted that, and that's why we're here today, correct?
Yes, sir. And I had completed a lot of more programs. I did computer programs, all type of programs, a long list of programs, more than what you see.
So
Because I was in classes when I did the last hearing.
So you've completed more programs since the last hearing than what we've talked about today?
Yes, sir. I
Tell me this.
had did a reentry class on the computer. I volunteered for that. That was on business management, anger management, parenting. Really, everything that the Steve Hall program offered, I did it. That's why I didn't do the Steve Hall program, because I was doing the same classes out of the Steve Hall book. I did everything that they offered, that I was assigned to do at all these facilities. Everything they had offered, I did it. Everything they got here, I completed it already. And I had worked for 9 months for 40 hours a week for the United States military at Camp Minden.
Okay. How
Zero
long have you
trouble.
been in jail right now?
I've been in jail 10 years. November will make 11 years flat.
This coming November
Yes, sir. November 18th.
will be 11 years. That's half your sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
I have a couple.
Awesome.
Mr. Thornton, you were, what did you do at Camp Minden? What was your job?
I was in a transitional work program, because when I had wrote him, I told him I needed a job transfer, so I did things like set up events, take down events. I did maintenance, landscaping. We did woodwork, gravel work. Like I said, I was working around diesel, heavy machinery, and by me working for the United States military, everything had to be precise and neat. And I learned a lot out there. I learned a lot out there, picking up fences, all type of stuff with wood. It was a lot of work, but it was beneficial.
Well, good. I see you moved to Tensas in October of last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
They just up and called me because I was supposed to go to I had a parole hearing for October 5th, and they told me I was gonna get rescheduled. And October 18th, I just got shipped to Tensas.
So did you get any write-ups?
Talking about that at Minden?
Yeah.
And I want to say in February of 2023.
Okay. What was that for? What'd you get written up for?
Me and the officer just had got into an argument. I don't know. I think it was disobedience or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Did you go to like DB court?
No, I did just have this transfer. I went to DB court. Yes, ma'am, I did. I went to DB court.
And what was the penalty?
Huh?
What was the penalty?
I just had lost the job. That was it. I didn't get no penalty. Lost it. That was it.
So you lost the work release job?
Yeah, it was only a 90-day thing, and I stayed for 90 months, so I really was over. But that's what happened. Yeah, I lost the job.
So you're telling me you got taken out of the Camp Minden program because of write-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Usually, we don't see you get removed from work release unless there's an issue. And I sat on your last panel, and I do see where we suggested that you get some job skills training. So I'm glad you were able to do some of that at Camp Minden. Now, one thing you said to us is that you took all the things that the Steve Hall program offered were in various prisons where you've been, because they did the same programs. And I want you to know that's not, I don't agree with that statement, because the Steve Hall program is very intensive substance abuse program. And that's like, you do that full time. So thanks for talking to me today. I appreciate it. I don't have any other questions.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
His family is trying to get on with the number that was written down here for the family to support. And it's,
yes, ma'am.
They keep calling, say they won't let them in, say the host will let you in soon. And say the last time that they didn't say you didn't have any family support. They've been trying to get in.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let staff answer that question.
Okay, I just spoke with the staff and they said that they didn't try to get in till today and they close at 8:30 to get your login code.
Okay. Okay, so they won't be able to because the line closed at 8:30 in order for them to sign in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one question. Where are you gonna live? You get out.
I'm supposed to be going, my sister in New Orleans East.
New Orleans East, so you're going back to New Orleans.
No, see, I'm from the Jefferson Parish. I'm going to Orleans Parish. It's a whole new environment.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Is the panel ready? Do we have Mr. Myers?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Randall Myers? He logged off?
Yes, yes, sir. I spoke already. I gave my opposition already.
Okay. All right, so that'll do it. We're ready to vote. Okay, Mr. Prater?
I wanted to ask, before I vote, the discipline Ms. Renatza was talking about, what was the date of that?
It was February of 2023.
Okay. All right. That concerns me a lot. And the fact that it was a conspiracy, I know what kind of work goes into an operation like this, convictions of so many people in charge with conspiracy. And I know it was an organized gang and all that. And you did get 22 years. I'm gonna vote to deny, but encourage you to apply again, just like the last time. But that's it just doesn't feel right with that violation that you had removed out of work release. Something just doesn't feel right. And the judge was opposed to this particular hearing. And so for those reasons, I'm going to vote to deny.
Ms. Renatza?
Mr. Thornton, I do have some concerns also about the reason you removed from the work release program. I think there's a little more to it than what we're hearing today. And based on the opposition expressed by the district attorney and law enforcement, my vote today is to deny. I will write on my vote sheet, though, the recommendation that should be moved to a facility where you can continue the job skills training.
And I concur with Ms. Renatza and Mr. Prater. My vote is also to deny. We are closing out at Kensaw Parish at 11:07.
Give me no chance, man.
What? This deal. The host has opened the breakout room. Please wait to be assigned.
There we go. Okay, we're gonna call the parole board back to order. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the chair. With me today, I have Ms. Cheryl Renatzer and Mr. Steve Prater. Would anyone at Union Parish, please, any staff there? Sir, what's your name?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Hill.
Okay, Sergeant Hill, have you been around this inmate? Do you know anything about him?
And no, sir, not really. I just know that he's not been a problem. If I don't
Okay.
know him, that means he's not a problem.
Okay, that's what I want to know. No disciplinary problem.
No, sir, not that I know of.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right,
Yes, sir.
Delarius, please state your name and DOC number for the record.
Delarius Coleman, 708457.
Okay, and you're here today for your hearing, your parole hearing. Your dates for parole date was 12/12/2023. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is 9/12/2025. You had a total sentence of 7 years for simple burglary, revocation of parole, PWID, marijuana. Your parole also revocated, and carnal knowledge. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you tell me and the board members, why should we think about letting you out and what happened? Tell us about the incident, what led to it, and then why do you think we should release you today?
I had met this person when I had went to a club and they had gave me the wrong age when I met the person. Then I went to their house and I picked up the person. When I picked him up, I gave him a ride and we went to my house and she had wanted to come in. She let me do it though. She told me everything. Like she said that it was okay. So when we did it, then she gave me a complaint saying that she didn't want to do it no more at the time. But she didn't want to do it at the time because she said that she needed to ride home. If I would have gave her the ride home, she would have never said nothing about it. But over these 6 years I've been in jail, I done learned a whole lot. And I thank the Lord for my correction. Thank him for correcting me. I done completed the Steve Hall program. I done took the anger management. I got my certificates right here for my anger management. I took MRT, victim awareness, mind allergic substance, living balance, and unlock your thinking. And I know I'm a better person if I was to be able to go home. I know I'll be another productive member to society. I'd rather go out there and handle business and take care of responsibility. I have a family to look after of, and I know that I won't do nothing no wrong no more. My grandma passed on me since I've been in here. My sister passed on me. And it really made me understand a lot of things and see a lot of things different in life. You know, I was young at the time too, and I was making a lot of bad choices in life, and I learned how to be able to change my people and things that I be around in order to become better. And I know what I want out of life now. I grew up to be a man, and I thank God for everything. And I also thank God for blessing y'all to be able to give me this opportunity to explain myself to y'all. You know, like I'll have me a job when I get out there. My mother husband is a supervisor in the plants. He already had me a job. I have somewhere to stay, and I know that I'm gonna go home and do the right thing. You know, I ain't never had a write up since I've been in jail. Been in jail 6 years. I ain't getting no trouble in that. I don't cause no problem. It just was I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I know that I won't do nothing no more.
Okay. Your case was assigned to. Okay.
He's mine.
Okay, Ms. Renatza. So Ms. Renatza will lead the question.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Coleman.
Good morning.
Mr. Coleman, you indicated that You met this girl at a club,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said she gave you the wrong age.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how old? What age did she give you?
She told me she was 19. Then I asked her again. She said 17. I never knew how old she was or nothing. I still
And
don't
you
even
were,
know.
how old were you at the time?
At the time, I was 20. I just had turned 20, going on 20.
You
But
just turned on 20.
yeah, when I was coming to jail, I came to jail a couple months for my birthday.
So when she said 19 and then she changed it, you didn't think something was wrong?
She changed it
I
afterwards.
know. That's what I'm saying. You didn't think something was wrong?
See, reason why I didn't think nothing wrong, because I seen her drinking and she was in the club, so I figured that she was older. They let her in the club, so that's why I really didn't say nothing about it.
She was 14.
I never knew. I would have never done nothing like that. I didn't know.
You never figured all that in when you went to court? That was never made clear to you?
No, ma'am.
Because the original charge was third-degree rape.
Yeah, they told me that, but they never told me about the age. I asked my lawyer now. They never told me nothing about no age. No. And and to me, I still prayed for her and everything, and I don't hold nothing against her for nothing like that. I forgive her from lying to me about her age and all that. I don't hold nothing against her.
Well, it's a little more than that. I think that at some point you forced yourself on her.
No, ma'am, I did not.
The record says that. She said that.
She only said that because I didn't give her a ride where she was going to. At the time, I told her that I didn't have no gas, and she told me, "All right, I got something for you." And that's the last thing I heard from her. And
All right. Well, let's go back to the. You were on probation at the time.
yes, ma'am.
And what were you on probation for?
I was on probation for simple burglary. I was almost off of probation. I only had I think almost a year left on probation.
And that
I
was
was doing
revoked.
yes, ma'am. I
That
had a
was
job, doing good.
well. When I go back and I look at your, the reason you were on probation was the simple burglary and possession with intent to distribute. And I'm concerned that was you had a firearm, did you?
No, I didn't have a firearm.
How'd you break the window to the store?
The person that was with me broke the window.
That person
I
had a
never,
gun?
yes, ma'am. I never had no gun.
All right. I was glad to hear that you have been able to do some programs. What did you learn in the Steve Hoyle program? Did you do the sex offender program?
No, ma'am, I didn't do
You
no
did the
program.
substance abuse program?
I did. I did anger management, and I did
Yeah.
the self abuse program.
Okay. What'd you learn?
I learned about how to change my people, places, and things, and the drug habit. I used to smoke weed too, and I know that I don't need that in order to better myself. Like I used to smoke weed for to calm me down or certain problems I have. I used to run to the weed, but I know that I don't need that. I know how to do other things to help me out. Like if I get mad or something, I know how to go work out and do stuff, or I go read a book or read the Bible to help me calm down and better myself in certain situations. Like
Were you in a work release program?
a work, no man, I wasn't in the work release. The jail I
Okay.
was at, it was Bayou Dorchie Correctional Center.
Okay. Okay. And so you were there, that's where you got those programs?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you finished the programs, they moved you there to Union?
I had went to 10 South, then I went back there, then I come to Union.
That's right. I do see that. All right, I got one more question. You said you figured out what you want in life. That's what you said.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
What
ma'am.
is it? What is that? What do you want?
I want to be a better person. I want to learn how to take care of my family. I want me a house. I want me some property. I want to get into real estate, but once I go home, I'm gonna get the job with my mama husband, and then I'm gonna go to focus on getting my CDL. But I want to learn the ins and the outs of the truck. And once I go to driving trucks and get my money how I wanted to get, I'm gonna go to investing in real estate.
Hmm. All right. Well, good for you. I don't have any other questions.
Prater, do you have any questions?
Right on.
Um, so, you're gonna live, with your mother, you said, at first?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. Is the panel ready to vote?
I'd like to do an executive session briefly.
Okay, there's been a motion for an executive session. Would you call the roll, please? I second, by the way.
Sharon Austin,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Steve
Yes.
Prater.
And we're gonna go to executive session to discuss confidential matters. We'll be back with you in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Executive dissent. Blah. Executive session. It's okay. After.
Okay, we're gonna call this hearing back to order. Ms. Renatza, you will be first to vote.
Yes. Mr. Coleman, I I'm a little concerned about you. You know, as a sex offender, you're going to have some real challenges in life. You realize that, huh? Y'all are on mute. Your microphone's on mute. I was glad to hear Sergeant Hill say that you're doing well there in Union Parish, that he doesn't know you, and that means that you're doing well because you're not a troublemaker. I'm real proud of the programs that you've been able to take advantage of. I am concerned about the charges, particularly the sex offense and what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
I think there was a little more to it than what you're telling us. You have a full term date, which is right at a year away in September of 25. And I would like to see you be afforded some parole supervision so that you have a parole officer that can help you do the things you need to do and understand the things you need to do as a sex offender. So my vote today would be to grant your parole with some special conditions, that you wear an electronic monitor, you have that you have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. daily, and that you have no contact whatsoever with the victim or her family. But I'm just one vote, but that's how I feel about it. Good luck.
Okay, Prater.
Yes, sir, Mr. Coleman.
Right.
I just don't believe that after having been found guilty of carnal knowledge, burglary, and possession with intent of drugs, that it's going to hurt you to do another year and a month or so. So my vote is to deny. And just I understand where Ms. Renatz is coming from, because once you get on your own, you don't have any support. And she's wanting to get you some support, but I just can't go. I just can't vote for it. So my vote is to deny.
Okay, so that means my vote counts, Mr. Coleman. You know, I'm like the sheriff in a little bit, but I was with Probation Pro, and I firmly believe you're gonna need some guidance when you get out there to get these things done. Because
Yes,
if
sir.
you don't get them done, you'll be charged with another felony for not doing your sex offender requirements. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you are not to go around this victim whatsoever. If we ever hear you around this victim, we will definitely bring you back. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do
Yes,
you
sir.
understand that? And
Yes, sir.
how bad was it? You said you smoked marijuana. That was it? Or did you do
Yes,
other drugs?
that was it.
Okay. Thought about taking an evaluation, but let's leave that alone for right now, because your probation officer can add it if he needs to. and you're gonna have a lot to do when you get out. So my vote is also to grant with the special conditions that you be placed on electronic monitoring, you have a curfew from 9 p. to 6 a, no contact with the victim whatsoever. I'm sorry, I've just been advised that you needed a unanimous vote, so you've been denied today. I'm very sorry about that, but they just told me. So you have one vote against, your parole has been denied. But keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a good job.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Jeff also come on in.
All right, parole board is back in session. My name is Pete Freeman. I'm the chair. With me today is Ms. Renatza and Mr. Steve Prayer. Would any staff at Union please introduce themselves again for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Sergeant Hill.
All right, Sergeant Hill. Have there been any disciplinary problems with the subject?
None that I am aware of.
All right, any problem?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna proceed with your hearing today. We got the board's comments. First thing we're gonna do, I want you to tell me what happened and why should we consider letting you loose today?
Well, I was at a friend's house, and I was under the influence, and some things happened, and I just want to say that I am held accountable for my actions, and I am responsible for my wrongdoings. And I just want to apologize to the victim and their family. And
That's all you want us to know?
And I can't change the past. And I also want to let y'all know that I learned from my mistakes, and now I'm a better person. I'm better than what I was before. I have a family out there that need me, and I need them as well. I have a job waiting for me, and I just want to ask that if the victim and their families can accept my apology for what I did.
All right, let me put a little information in the record. So your name is Christopher Foster. Your DLC number is 717063. You have
Yes,
a
sir.
parole date of 7/14/2023. You have a good time date of 10/27/27, and you have a full term date of 1/14/2029. You have a total of a 10-year sentence for the offenses of contraband, carrying a firearm, must be by a convicted felon, carrying a firearm by ST. You are on probation, it was revoked, and then you have the carnal knowledge charge. Does that all sound correct? Total of 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I've been assigned your case today, so I'm gonna lead off with the questioning. Mr. Foster, how old are you?
27.
And how long have you been in jail on this charge?
Since January 2019, 5 years going on 6.
Okay. And tell me about the contraband. What was that about?
I had got caught with a phone. I had got caught with a phone.
Okay. All right. And that was back in what, 2022, 3/21/22?
22. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you was on school ground and you had a knife and brass knuckles. Why did you have that? Was there any threat toward you or what? Why would you carry that?
Trying to be loyal to a friend. When we showed up to school that morning, he had told me, he asked me could I hold his brass knuckles for him because he had got into some trouble with the principal and he had to go to the principal's office. And he knew that I never got into any trouble. So I held it for him. So while we were in class, I had some students, some friend students of mine that had took this white boy's wallet out of his pocket. They stole his wallet. The classroom that we was in didn't have any cameras. So they had took his wallet and went to the bathroom and they stripped his wallet down and took his wallet. And when they came back to the class, the student was looking for his wallet. Like I told you, it was no cameras. So we have sheriff officers that patrol the campus. So they had to come in there and search every student. So in the midst of them searching me, they found brass knuckles on me. So that's how I got hit with that charge right there.
Okay, how about a knife? Did you have a knife also, or just brass knuckles?
The knife was attached to the brass knuckles. It all came together. Like it was attached to the brass knuckles.
Okay. And how old was your victim? Do you know? Your victim?
She was 16.
Okay. Well, what about the other victim? How old was she?
14, I think.
Right.
14.
And how old were you at that time?
21.
21. You didn't realize that victim was 14?
No, sir.
Okay. How did you meet the victims?
I was at the 16-year-old. I was at her sister's house, and we were all chilling, playing dominoes, drinking or whatever. And she kept watching me, she kept watching me or whatever. And she had told me that she liked me or whatever. And like I told you, I was a real good friend of her older sister and brother. And I had asked her what her age was, and she told me she was grown. And I had asked her older sister and brother what her age was, and they said that she was legal. So like I say, I was under the influence, and I still interacted with her. That's why I apologize for my wrongdoings, and that's why I asked that if the victim and their families could accept my apology.
Okay. Did you force any of them to have sex?
No, sir.
Okay. One of the victims claimed that you forced her to have sex, so that's not true?
It's not true.
Okay. I see you have one period of supervision, and it was revoked when you committed carnal knowledge.
Yes, sir.
The DA is opposed. The offender, your family is unopposed. The victims, one of the victims and her mother, we were unable to contact, and the other victim was unopposed. She said you are her friend. Are you still in touch with one of the victims?
Sir?
You in touch with one of the victims? Do y'all communicate?
No, sir.
All right, but she does call you your friend, her friend. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where you gonna live?
With my grandparents.
Okay. And where you gonna work?
At the chicken plant.
At the chicken plant. Where's that?
In Farmerville, Louisiana.
Okay. How many classes have you taken? Have you taken sex offender class?
No, sir. But I've been trying to get in them. I was attending GED classes, like stuff like that. But every time I attend the class, I end up getting shipped to another facility. So I never had time to get my GED or nothing like that.
Let's see. Have you taken any drug treatment since you've been in prison? Any kind of classes for drugs?
No, sir.
And you were under the influence when it happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I do. I have a question. I noticed on your in the record you lost 30 days of good time. Why'd you lose good time?
Because I got caught with a phone. That
So
was the
you went
contraband.
to, so you lost the 30 days plus you got the prison sentence, 6 months as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Or was
Yes,
that
ma'am.
a different incident?
That happened at the same time. Like that's the same thing.
It's all the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I had.
Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Let's talk about the sex with the juveniles. How old were you when this occurred?
I was 21, sir.
You were 21 and you had sex with 2 juveniles, correct?
With one, sir.
With just one? I thought we
Yes,
talked
sir.
about 2. How old was this one?
16.
Okay, did you have sex with a 13 or 14-year-old?
No, sir. I know it sounds crazy, but the 14-year-old, she was never supposed to be on my case. I really don't know how she still ended up on my case.
Oh.
I know it sounds crazy, sir. I know it sounds crazy.
It does because you pled guilty to 2 counts of carnal knowledge of a juvenile.
See, that's what I'm saying. I talked my DA. I told him what was going on, and I told him that it wasn't 2, it was only 1, the 16-year-old. And they really was supposed to took that out for my case, but somehow it's still stuck. I don't know how. I don't know how it's still stuck, sir.
Well, it did stick, and it's all throughout here. It talks about count 1 and count 2.
I know, sir. I know. I don't know how. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I know it sounds crazy. I know it's confusing, but I really don't know how the second victim even ended up still on my case.
Okay.
And it makes me look so bad because, because it's 2 of them. But I'm not that kind of guy to force nobody to do nothing with me or nothing like that. I'm not that type of person.
Well, how old, even though you didn't do it and you shouldn't have been charged with it, how old was the other one that said something?
She was 14, sir.
And when you pled guilty to 2 counts, did you plead guilty to 2 counts?
I thought I was pleading out to 1. But I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I really don't know nothing about the law like that, so I what I'm saying? I don't know. But I was told that I was only gonna be charged with 1 count.
Did you have sex with a 14-year-old?
No, sir. Only the 16-year-old.
But it says in the report that they said the 14-year-old said you had sex with her, and the 16-year-old said you had sex with the 14-year-old. Is that correct?
No, sir, it's not correct.
Mr. Chairman, can you help me out here a little bit, or?
Yeah,
Mr. Dawson?
I'm looking, and what it says is that 21-year-old male. No, yeah. MA told Detective Nolan that had sexual intercourse. Pistol gate. MA also advised Detective Nolan that she was forced to have sex with Christopher Foster. They
It's
went
not
into the
correct.
bedroom, had sex with her 14-year-old cousin.
That's not correct. I wasn't forced. And remember when you told me that she said that I was her friend? Why
No,
would
the
somebody
other
say
lady was her friend, not her.
the
The
other one?
16-year-old victim called you her friend.
That's what I'm saying. So how
Yeah.
could I?
14-year-old didn't call you a friend.
I didn't say she did. I was talking about the 16-year-old. So
Okay.
how could I? So y'all telling me that I forced the 16-year-old to have sex with me?
The 14-year-old.
No, it's not correct, sir.
Okay.
And you know, this is what the rumor was, sir. While I was in jail, they was trying to say that I had got the 14-year-old victim pregnant, you know? And I'm just trying to figure out like where's the child and how I never had sexual intercourse with the 14-year-old, period. That's why I'm lost there and I'm confused.
Okay.
Because the 14-year-old victim was never supposed to be on my case, sir.
Well, we're just telling you what it said in the report.
Yes, sir.
MA indicated Foster threw her head down on the bed, pulled her pants and underwear down, and immediately had penetration. That is what is in the report.
Yes, sir. I understand. I'm not trying to make it seem like
Yeah.
y'all or the yes, sir.
Hey,
All right.
are you through, Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
'Cause I'm-
sir.
Okay, I'm still a little confused about it all because I think from what I read, the 16-year-old even says that you had sex with the 14-year-old.
She did.
And so I'm just, and you pled guilty to 2 counts. I don't have any more questions. That's it.
Okay, so I think that's all the questions. We prepared to vote?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Foster, uh, you know, you served a little over 5 years out of a 10-year sentence. You
Yes,
are a third offender. I can't vote for you at this time. I'm sorry, but you know, if it was more clear, maybe we could look at it, but it definitely says you had sex with two victims, 116, 114. My vote is to deny.
I understand, sir. I understand.
Natsa?
I agree with you, Mr. Freeman. The record is clear. I mean, I think the actions did occur with both females. My vote today is to deny his parole.
And Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny also.
Okay, but your parole has been denied today. You can reapply when you're eligible. That is it for our business at Union Parish. We are closing out at 12:09. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
No. Good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is Thursday, July 18, 2024. The time is 9:05 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel this morning, seated to my left, Mr. Danny Barra, and to my right, Ms. Carolyn Stapleton. All right. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like for staff here at headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record.
Parole Williams, Whitney Trosclair.
All right, thank you. And our first remote location this morning is at Rayburn Correctional Institute. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Warden Travis Day.
Carolyn Thomas, Records Supervisor. Lexi Kennedy, Classifications.
Hey, that's everybody. Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. So we have our first case there is Mr. Wright. Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Michael Wright, and my DOC is 559-705.
Okay. Mr. Wright, let me tell you how this will work. I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, after which I'll ask you to confirm it, and then you'll be given the opportunity to tell the panel why you think we should vote favorably today for an early release for you. I want you to know we have some folks here on Zoom in support. Trinity Candelaria, your daughter, Rhonda Burke, your mother, she wants to speak on your behalf. Also in support, we have your son Brandon, who's here with us in Baton Rouge. And we have from the DA's office, Mr. Butch Wilson, who'll be speaking at the appropriate time. Once everybody has spoken, we'll begin our parole interview with you before we take a vote. All right, you ready? So Michael Wright, as mentioned, your DOC number is 559705. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving an 18-year sentence, sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, December of 2009 for aggravated incest. You have a parole eligibility date, which is January 6, 2025. You do not earn good time, so your full term date is September 19, 2027. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Wright, would you tell the panel, tell us a little bit about yourself, why you're in jail, and why you think we ought to grant you an early release?
Well, I'm in jail because, you know, it's hard to say this out loud. It's very difficult. It's such a horrible thing. I had sex with my son. You know, what kind of man does that? What kind of father does that with his son? I've lived with this for so long. I'm just so I just regret it. It's just, and I know it's hard for me to deal with, but I know it's been even harder for my son, and he's had to live with this for just as long, and it's so hard on him, and I just want to let him know I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I did.
All right, so just tell us why you think we ought to vote favorably for you today.
I've spent a lot of time in here evaluating my life. It's been a life that's been wasted. I've had all the opportunities in the world. You know, growing up, I had a good family. I was raised right. I chose to drink and do drugs and live the wrong way. I just made mistakes after mistakes, terrible mistakes my whole life. And I've had a lot of time to look back on that and just realize, you know, I don't want to live like that. I don't want to ever spend another day of my life drunk or high. You know, it seems like every bad mistake I've ever made in my life was because of that. I had so many dreams about starting my own business. Both my parents started their own businesses, were successful. I always wanted to be a businessman myself, and I never could because I was always chasing a high. And I equate so much pain with that now that I would never touch alcohol or drugs again. And when I get out, if I'm granted parole, I'll be 53 years old when I get out. I don't have a lot of time left to build a retirement for myself, so I have to get the ground running. And I've been preparing the entire time that I've been in here. I've been learning all I can about business and real estate and construction. I've gotten my college degree while I was in here. I got an associate's degree with an emphasis in business. I have a VOTEC degree in building technology. I've recently got my OSHA safety card. I've read countless books on how to run a construction business, how to invest in real estate, and that's really my main goal. And when I get out is to build a retirement for myself. And like I said, I have to hit the ground running, and I'm ready day one. I have the support from my family. I have the support from my son, my mother, my daughter. And I have the ability and the capability to be successful. And I know that once I do achieve freedom and I'm on the street, that I will never come back to jail.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. Warden Day, is there anything you could tell us about Mr. Wright?
As far as in here, he's pretty much, you know, been fairly clean with disciplinary. I think his last write-up was 2000 and let's look at it. 2022, but disciplinary wise, he's been pretty clean. Especially here recently, and he's taken some programs.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we'll hear now from, we'd like to hear from those who wish to speak. First, we'd like to hear from Ms. Burke.
I want to be unmuted. I hope I did that right.
I
want to be. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, we can.
Thank you. I'm in the dark. We've got a bad storm going on. So I hope I don't lose my phone. I just wanted to say that Michael's family and myself are hoping and praying that he will be coming home soon. We need him back in our lives. He's still young enough to have a good life and be a positive member of society. We hope and pray that you will give him this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. And we have Brandon. Brandon, Mr. Kelly, would you like to step up to the podium and tell us what you would like for us to know?
I'm here in support of my dad. We've been talking now for about a year. And it's been extremely healing for both of us. And, you know, I agree with both of them. It's time for him to come home. I need him. My sister needs him. My brother needs him. And I'm just looking forward to the future. You know, I've had to live almost 2 decades without a father and this huge void, you know, in my life. My sister has had to live with it her entire life. She was just a baby since prison. And we're just ready to have our father back.
Well, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now we'd like to hear from the DA's office, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning.
I would first like to start out by just stating for the record that Mr. Kelly was absolutely legally entitled to be here, and he is absolutely entitled to forgive anyone he wants to. But the bill of indictment in this case did not say Brandon Kelly versus Michael Wright. It said State of Louisiana versus Michael Wright. I'm here today on behalf of the St. Tammany District Attorney representing the people of the state of Louisiana. This was depravity. This conduct, which you can't, even dancing on the head of a pin, if we were just considering this one incident, that should be enough for this man to serve his full-term date. But you cannot evaluate him simply based on this incident. What ended up leading to his being with his son again when he was 14 years old was he impregnates his son's 7th grade classmate, who, by the way, this man has we've just heard, he has the support of mother, daughter, son. The wife is not here, and there's good reason for that. I don't know if y'all had the chance to read the Supreme Court opinion in this case, but it cites from testimony, and this is from Mr. Kelly. I hate bringing this up, sir, but these were your own words. Describe to the jury some of the things you saw him do with the 14-year-old wife. Punching her, kicking her, just beating her, and not a hit and stop. I mean, beating her until she was just crying for him to stop, bleeding, picking her up, throwing her, slamming her, duct taping her, throwing her in a closet for 3 hours, beating her while she's duct taped. I've seen him while she was sleeping, stick a bottle of hot Tabasco inside of her. It goes on and on. If you look at his past for domestic violence, and he was slipping through the cracks in an era when law enforcement was not taking these incidents nearly as seriously as we are today, where if the victim came forward and said, I don't want to press charges, they were allowed to walk. Look at a number of domestic violence incidents. This man likes to hit women, and apparently young women as well. When you take all of this together, ask yourself a very simple question. Can you trust this guy? Can you? Can you trust him? He says he's reformed. He says he's sorry. We saw the tears, but can you really trust him based upon his past? I know he's had a long time to think about it. But once again, we hear this excuse that this wouldn't have happened to me if I hadn't been on drugs and alcohol. That is an excuse. It is for absolutely horrible conduct. This crosses the line beyond criminality into the realm of evil. When you put it all together, we vehemently oppose any early release for this offender. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Wright, we'll start our parole interview. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead. I did have some questions for you. How long have you been in jail?
Coming up on 15 years.
An 18-year sentence, right?
15 years, I believe, in October.
Okay. So I do see that you took and completed the sex offender class. I think you finished it in 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you get out of that?
Well, there were a lot of things that I didn't realize about myself. You learn about justifying and blaming and being in denial. There are cognitive distortions where you pretend that things are all right. You can, as a sex offender, you tend to use your power and control people, and I've intimidated people. I had poor impulse control. These are all risk factors that I've learned about. Also, mind-altering substances. One, like you said, I know it's not an excuse. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for what I did.
So you mentioned the MAS. You took that program?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What other substance abuse programs have you taken advantage of?
I did the AANA program, as well as the Living in Balance program.
Good, glad to hear that. Somewhere in the record, Mr. Wright, I noticed, and I can't put my finger on it just now, but I made a note of it, that you claimed innocence.
Yes, ma'am. I denied this for a long time. I didn't want to admit the truth.
Well, and today you've taken ownership today, and I appreciate it. I do want to echo what the DA mentioned, because I also made notes of your history of domestic violence. I have a 1995 domestic violence conviction in California. Again, 2 counts in 1998, I believe, also in California, maybe. 2002, simple battery in Point Coupee. 2006, domestic abuse battery in Calcasieu. 2006, second-degree battery and aggravated assault and felony carnal knowledge. And then we have this offense, which I believe was 2007. So it's real concerning. I also noticed in the record that while you were in Calcasieu, that sheriff's office had reports of you having sex with girls as young as 12 years old, and you were in your 30s, I believe. So it's concerning to me. All that's concerning, and I can't, I agree with what the district attorney said. I believe that you need to serve your full term. So I don't have any other questions of you. I'll defer to my colleagues.
I don't have any questions.
Mrs. Stephenson.
I don't have any questions, but I do have some statements. From everything I just heard, you're a sexual predator and you're an extremely violent man. And you have cornered the market on power and control. When you had that 14-year-old girl who's not, well, I don't know if y'all still married, 14 years old, and she's pregnant and you were punching her in the stomach. And then Louisiana leads the nation in homicide, domestic violence homicide. So you would have fallen right into that crack. It's amazing that she lived and the baby lived. And then I read where your son said that, like the DA said, you held her in a closet for 3 hours, but then you wanted to kill your wife and get him to help bury the body, and he refused to help. So he's right, when he says that this is about brutality and evilness. So yes, you do need to serve your full sentence.
All right, Mr. Wright, I'll go ahead and vote. I'll vote first. My vote today, based on the opposition, what you've heard today, your history of violence, the opposition that's been expressed by the state of Louisiana, my vote today is to deny your parole. Mr. Barra?
I'm going to concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur for the very same reasons.
All right, Mr. Wright, continue your work. Continue making your plan. You do have a release date, so good luck to you, sir.
Thank
you.
And it may be as loud as it normally is.
It's not. It's not. It's
All right, ready for Mr. McLean? Here he is. Good morning, Mr. McLean. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Name Horace McLean, 112574.
All right, Mr. McLean, let me introduce the panel to you. I'm Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left. Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. I'm going to read some information into the record and ask you to confirm it. Then we're going to give you the opportunity to tell us why you think we should grant you an early release. And then we'll start our parole interview with you. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
All right. Mr. McLean, you are classified as a 9th felony offender. You're currently serving a 12-year sentence as a habitual offender, having been sentenced in 2016, attempted simple burglary and simple burglary. Your parole eligibility date was September 8th, 2018. Your good time release date is December 2nd, 2026. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you, Mr. McLean, tell us a little bit about yourself? Why are you in jail and why do you believe that we should vote to grant your parole today?
Well, the reason why I'm in jail, I was out there and I was smoking crack. And the things that I was doing, I regret that I was doing these things. Since I've been in prison, I done become a better person. And besides, what else I'm gonna say? I can't think clearly right now. But anyway, though, I wants to be a better person, in which I am gonna be a better person. I'm not getting older. I mean younger. I'm getting older. I'm 60 years old. I'll soon be 61 years old. Like my mom always told me, time bring on a change. And I'ma change my life. Cause I'm tired of putting myself in jail and in prison. And that ain't how I wanna live my life. I wanna live my life. I wanna live the rest of my life as a free man, not in jail. So I was planning on, if I did make parole, and if I don't make parole, I was gonna go out there and mentor the youngsters that's coming up and show them that committing crimes ain't the way you wanna live your life. Because it's gonna leave you right here in jail.
All right, well, good. You've given it some thought then, thank you.
Well, you got something else I need to say. If I do make parole, I have a friend that teach NA and AA Mondays and Thursdays. And that's what I'm planning on doing, going to NA, AA.
Good.
That's what I'm planning on doing. I'm gonna do that for the rest of my life. I told one of us leave this world. God called one of us home. Cause I'm tired of putting myself through this. Like I said, I'm not getting younger, I'm getting older.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Warden, Dave, what can you tell us about Mr. McLean?
Yes, ma'am. He and I talked with each other this week and reviewed his record. You know, since he's been at RCC, September 2023, pretty clean disciplinary record. You know, going through his record, I did look and see where he had some 14s intoxications throughout there and a couple 21s, but as far as here, he's been a pretty good inmate in the short time he's been here.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. He's going to take the lead on the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Following up with what Mr. Day just said, May 20th, 23, you had a violation for intoxication, I guess at the prior prison. What was that all about? What were you doing?
Well, I was going through things with my daughter, and I realized that smoking mojo wasn't a problem. After I got through smoking the mojo, the problem was still gonna be there. And so what I did, I got on my knees and I prayed to God to leave mojo alone. And I ain't even smoked mojo since. That's what I'm through with the drugs. I don't even want to do no drugs no more. I left all that alone. Even if I get out there in society, I'm through with the drugs. And my mom is 86 years old and she lives by herself. And I want to take care of her like she took care of me.
I see that you appeared before the parole board on September 21st, 2021, and they denied your parole due to law enforcement opposition, a high risk assessment for reoffense, and needing programs. Two of those things you can't change, but the one with programs, since then, since 9/21/21, how many programs have you completed getting ready for this date?
Thinking for a change, living in balance, Cajun raid, TCU program, and I think one more. Then I did NAAA for about a year and 3 months. And I'm in NAAA now. I'm in 12 steps. I'm in that right now. I'm trying to battle my life, not worse.
Gordon, can you verify any of that? Because I don't see that in the records we have. And I don't see anything past getting motivated for change in 2023.
Yes, I'm looking. Give me just a second.
Living balance. Got it here.
We do see living in balance.
2022?
Yes, sir. Age of rage,
Gauge your age,
2022.
2022.
And anything else that didn't get credit, that'd be in those.
Yes, ma'am. And that's it right now.
All right. Also, I see that you had 8 prior periods of supervision and 4 of them ended up revoked. So you're about a 50-50 guy on supervision. Can you tell me a little bit about how this term of supervision, if you get out this time, would be different than the last one? You're not doing too good under supervision in the past. 50% is not good.
When I get out this time, if I get out this time on parole, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna work. I'm gonna pay my parole fee. And like I said, I'm gonna go to NAAA from Monday through Friday. And besides, I have 2 grandkids I never met before. And I want to be in their life for the rest of my life. Because I fail to realize this ain't how I wanna live my life. Locked up in jail with nothing. Cause I can't accomplish nothing up in jail. I can accomplish a whole lot out there. And I just want the opportunity to show y'all that if y'all do give me parole, I promise you, you'll never see me back in here again.
All right. That's all I have.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about in 2012, you had an offense for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. You would have known you shouldn't have had a firearm. Why did you have a firearm?
Well, I was going to sell the firearm.
Pardon?
I said I was going to sell it.
You were going to sell it. So you stole it from what? One of the vehicles that you broke into or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then you get sent back to jail again. And then you get out again in 2015 on good time release at 8/30 of 2015. Speaking of revocations, and then on 9/10, you're revoked again for the simple burglary, and 2 counts of attempted simple burglary and admitting to using marijuana and cocaine. So, I mean, you were right back in.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything else to say.
So, Mr. McLean, how long you been in jail this time?
9 years. It's the longest I've ever been locked up in my entire life. And this took something out of me. I've never been locked up this long. never.
Now, what do you think, what took you so long to figure it out? Since you've been in jail this 9 years, it was fairly recently, since you smoked the mojo and fell on your knees. Why did it take you all that time to say, I don't want this life anymore? What took so long?
Well, sometimes it take a long time for others. And it took this long for me to realize, like I said before, this ain't how I wanna live my life, locked up in jail. I wanna better my life, not worsen my life. I'm sorry to say it took these many times for me to come to prison, for me to realize that this ain't where I wanna be at. Because I'm not accomplished nothing locked up here in jail. And when I can go out there and work for what I want. And that's what I'm planning on doing.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Prepared to vote. Mr. Barrow?
Mr. McLean, today I'm gonna have to vote to deny your parole based on your 9 felony habitual offender record with a high risk of reoffense through the risk tools and your failure to keep a clean write-up record since the last hearing. I mean, you had to know that was very important, and you're still getting write-up between the last hearing that you're trying to come back in front of us and get us to let you go. So for those reasons, I'll have to vote to deny your parole at this time, but continue to be write-up free for a little bit longer of a time and reapply. Keep taking some more classes and we'll reconsider you later.
So me myself though, I probably won't reapply no more. I just
Well,
probably.
let us finish voting. Let us
Okay.
finish voting. Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Byram, and I guess you said law enforcement opposition, all the rest and law enforcement opposition.
All right, Mr. McLean, I agree with my colleagues. You know, your history is not anything we can hang our hat on to feel like you'll succeed. I believe you finally have turned the corner. I do. But based on the opposition that's been expressed in the record, your criminal history, your write-up history, my vote today is to deny. And I will encourage you, when you do get out on your good time date, take some more classes, and I think you might be able to move that date forward. But I would like to add a special condition to the good time release certificate that you be required to attend 2 AA meetings a week with your friend. But today, sir, your parole's been denied. Good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
Our business, we're gonna sign off at 9:42.
Listen to me. You
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're now at St. Tammany Parish on Thursday, July 18, 2024. It's 9:48 a.m. Good morning. Would the officer please introduce yourself for the record?
Corporal Jonathan Lott.
Thank you, Corporal Lott, for accommodating us this morning. And we have Mr. Thompson. Good morning.
Good morning to you, miss. How you doing?
Good, thanks for asking. Mr. Thompson, let me introduce us to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. This is Mr. Danny Byra to my left and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. All right, we're panel today and we're here for revocation decision. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't seen you in so long. You look totally different. I used to be a trustee in Angola in the early 80s and you had came through the front gate.
Oh,
I was a
okay.
cook.
That's been a while. I guess you changed too.
Thank you. I'm almost 60.
All right, look, we're here for a revocation decision. I'm going to read the allegation against you. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we'll have a conversation about it. But first do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that information on that form, it was determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer today. Are you ready to proceed?
Well, I had requested for a lawyer, but they told me that as long as I could read and write the English language, they denied it.
Right, you said you weren't eligible for it. So are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, and then no. Let me explain why. Because the victim as well as the witness, she has all the proper evidence of people.
You can tell us about that. You can tell us about that once we get into our interview, but are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, let's move forward. All right, Mr. Thompson, you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole. And first is condition number 3. And condition number 3 states the address on your good time parole certificate on West Chestnut Street in Lacombe, which is where you resided since you were released from prison November 15, 2023. On May 16, 2024, you were informed you're no longer allowed to have contact with Idel Batiste, and you would not be able to go back to live at the residence on West Chestnut Street due to reported threats that were made. Due to being a sex offender, you're required to live in an approved residence. On May 20th, 2024, you provided the address 312 Clearwood with no contact person or phone number. The parole officer attempted to make contact with someone at that 312 Clearwood address. However, there was no answer at the door. The officer left his business card in the door with a note to contact him. On May 23rd, 2024, another attempt was made to contact someone at that address. Having knocked numerous times, there was no answer at the door. The officer observed his business card that he left on May 21st, still in the door, so that address is denied. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3 about the approved residence?
I like to plead not guilty with a statement if it's all right with you.
Yeah, and we'll get your statement when Mr. Byra, your case has been assigned to, Ms. Stapleton. She'll take the lead on the interview and she'll take your statement. But let's finish with the allegations first. So that's not guilty with a statement to number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then we have number 4, condition number 4. You engaged in criminal activity when you obtained, possessed, and ingested cocaine as evident by the drug screen administered to you April 8, 2024, which showed positive results for cocaine. So how do you plead to violating number 4?
I would like to also plead not guilty with a statement.
Okay. Then we have condition number 10. You failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You're currently $350 in arrears, having never submitted a payment. How do you plead to number 10?
Well, I lost my job, boy. How?
Well, no, you can tell us about that, but you have to plead guilty
Okay,
or,
okay. I want to plead not guilty with a statement.
and then number 13 says you had a special condition, which was pay your $65 processing fee. You failed to pay any money towards your $65 processing fee and your arrears on that fee. How do you plead to violating that condition?
Same as the last, Your Honor.
Is, say it out, you gotta say it. What is it?
Not guilty. Not guilty. I want it with a statement.
Okay, I got it. All right, as I said, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
Um,
Stapleton.
So I know that you're going to have a statement with everything, okay? I understand what you said on there. So the first situation is that you were supposed to live at a certain address on Chestnut Street in Lacombe, Louisiana. And then we have that you weren't there. And then you gave an address at 325 Clearwood Drive, Slidell, Louisiana, correct? And that wasn't an approved address.
There is I can explain right now.
Yeah, come.
You may not believe this, but this is all this has been read. If you allow me to explain, and you can be the judge for yourself. On May the 13th, Mrs. Adele Baptiste received a telephone call on her cell phone at her house. She called me out of the kitchen and told me that sex offender registration at the courthouse in Compton want to speak to me. So when I get on the phone, Mrs. Angie Cooks asked me, could I come in a week ahead of time because she wasn't going to be in on Friday. I said, well, when would you prefer me to come in? I could do that for you. She said, well, come in tomorrow morning at 8:30. I came there at the courthouse at 8 o'clock. When I get to the courthouse to go in there for my annual registration, a couple of deputies after hearing me told me, excuse me, what is your name? And I told him, I said, Ron Thompson. He said, well, you the guy I was told to come get. I said, come get for what? He said, I was told to lock you up for a speeding ticket that was 2.5 years old. He said, I was told to arrest you for a speeding ticket. I said, 2.5 years ago, I was in prison. He said, hey, I know what you mean. He said, that ticket was supposed to have been done away with. He brought me over to the police station. And he got on the computer. He said, man, you is right. He said, this ticket's over 2.5 years ago. He said, you was in prison. I said, I was telling you that. He said, well, I'm still got to lock you up. So they brought me over to the jail. As soon as I get in the lobby at the holding tank, they stripped me completely naked and they put me on suicide watch without my permission, without me requesting it. They stripped me naked and I was denied a phone call for 4 days straight. They finally took me off and allowed me to make a phone call. And my bum was already preset for the $70 ticket. And so when I get on the phone and call Mrs. Adele, which is my girlfriend, I've been living with her for 5 years at that address, Mr. David Belfont shows up in the holding tank and tells me, you can no longer live at that address. I said, why? He would never tell me why. And I said, I've been living at this address for 5 years since 2019. I have never had a confrontation or argument with anyone.
Well, let me tell you why. This is why. It's because Miss Adele Baptiste said that you had been threatening her and that you had been drinking alcohol.
Okay.
She didn't want you there. So there was an order of protection.
Okay.
So that was the end of that one. So that's what happened.
Okay. She said when she went to the hearing, if you look at that paper, she came to the hearing of her, the revocation hearing.
I see that, and that's not unusual. And then I read where she said that that this man has never ever threatened me, and that he helps me around the house, and he cooks and cleans, and he bathes her, and I haven't had a good bath since the man has been in jail, and that she's opposed to and she's not opposed to Parole Thompson living with her. So So that's not unusual for that to happen.
Obviously, he didn't take the word for it because I take her word or my word. He started going along with this issue. So she went to the people and got a documentation notarized. The people notarized to say the registration, and she tried to get the power of attorney, and she went to the courthouse to try to get telephone logbooks from the courthouse. They wouldn't give it to her. And
Let
then,
me ask you something. How did you come up with the next address? 312 Clearwood Drive, Slidell. Where did that come from?
that's my old work partner. That's my work partner, and just so happened he had got in a domestic dispute or argument with his old lady, and he's locked up here.
Well, okay.
That's what it happened.
So you used that address. So when they approached you and asked you about this other situation, how come it didn't come out? Why did you change your address then? Because I mean, they didn't come to this address, you did.
Because miss, I didn't know what was going on. I told you, with all due respect, they strip me naked, throw me in the tank. 4 days later, the man come to see me just straight out of the sky blue, told me I gotta get somewhere. So I'm wondering why.
Okay, so number 3. So you did give them another address and it says, I will live at the address on this certificate. If I must move from the address, I will get permission from my parole officer before doing so.
Yeah, I did that without thinking because when I kept asking him why, he would never tell me why, miss.
All right, so he went there like was read to the new address. You never were there. And then at one point, Mr. Philip Pierce was there and he said that was his residence. And he stated that he did not know parolee Ron Thompson. So let's move on from that, okay?
Can I ask you a question, miss?
Okay.
My witness or the victim, she has signed notification paperwork authorized, it's been notarized, and she could testify to herself.
She's not here.
Okay, but you couldn't call her?
Well, no, that's what Zoom is for. She could have called in on Zoom. So we're gonna go to number 4, okay? It says that you possessed and ingested cocaine as evident by a drug screen administered, and you showed positive for cocaine. You said you have a statement with that one. What's your statement?
Not guilty, miss. I have paperwork. Miss Idea Baptiste got all the paperwork, notarized and everything from Slidell Memorial Hospital. It's showing that the doctor, I fell off the job off the top of a house and I was injected with morphine for pain and they prescribed me medicine and I went to Robert Road Accent Health and they gave me a prescription for oxycodone. That's what that was.
Okay, so the prescription bottles that were sent in, one of them in your name, or your name, was a muscle relaxer, and the other one was ibuprofen 600 milligrams. It was not hydrocodone. You may have thought it was, but it wasn't.
She grabbed the wrong bottles off the dresser. I got numerous bottles on the dresser. She grabbed the wrong one. She's 70 years old and I'm 60 years old. She grabbed the wrong bottles. All you have to do is call her. Everything I'm telling you is the truth.
Okay, let's move on from there, okay?
Yes,
so you have failed to submit monthly supervision fee payments as instructed. You are currently $315 in arrears. Now, you said that you were behind on that because you hadn't worked, but you just now said you fell off a roof because you were working.
That's when I ain't been out for 6 months out of jail. I fell off top of a house and they had to take me to Slidell Memorial Hospital. And the lady doctor that was there, she hurried up and shot me with morphine in my hip. I have the paperwork from Slidell Memorial. If you would call me, so I did. Everything's signed and notarized. But y'all won't let her in the jail so she could testify or so you can see the paperwork yourself.
Not my job. Okay, so, and then the last is a special condition for $65 processing fee. What you got to say about that?
I didn't have no money to pay it. It ain't like I wouldn't pay it.
All right. Well, I'm going to move it along to my other colleagues to see if they have any questions for you. Mr. Bauer?
I have no question.
All right, and I don't have any questions either, Mr. Thompson. It's unfortunate that Miss Idell is not here today. Everything we have in the record points to your violations.
I haven't committed a crime. There's nothing in the paperwork said I committed crime.
Thompson, you violated the conditions of your parole. I think we are prepared to vote, Mrs.
Yes.
Stapleton.
I vote to revoke your parole based upon violation of 3, 4, 10, and 13 conditions.
Mr. Barrow,
I vote to revoke your parole for the same reason as Ms. Stapleton.
Mr. Thompson, the evidence that we have in the record refutes the statement you've made to us. So my vote today is I find you guilty of violating the conditions of your parole. My vote today is to also revoke. Good luck to you, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our business at St. Tammany. It's 10:03.
Can I ask a question before y'all?
Which folder?
All right. Good morning. Mr. Wilton, patio? Can you hear us? You're on mute. Can you unmute it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're in Terrebonne Parish on Thursday, July 18th, 2024. It's 10:08 a.m. Is there any officer or staff in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
By yourself, okay. Would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
I'm Wilton Patio. My DOC number is 475289.
All right, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Barra is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We are here this morning for a revocation decision. Do you have any paperwork with you? Is that a parole revocation questionnaire? Yeah. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the information or your answers to those questions, it's determined you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me acknowledge we have Ms. Freeman here on Zoom with us, and at the appropriate time, we'll ask her for her remarks. First, let me read some identifying information. Well, I'm going to read the allegations against you, excuse me, after which you'll enter a guilty or not guilty. Okay. Here, whatever Ms. Freeman has to say, and then we'll have our interview with you. Mr. Barra will take the lead on the interview. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and this is what, in specific condition number 2, you did not report during the months of July, September, October, November, and December 23 and January 24. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
Then there's condition number 3. You moved from your last reported address of 405 Terry Street without notifying your officer. The address of your recent arrest was at 6060 East D, which you did not report to your officer. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Condition number 4, you've been involved in criminal activity as evident by your arrest January 3rd, 2023 by the Rain Police Department for the charge of domestic abuse battery with a child present. The charge for domestic abuse with child endangerment in the 615th Judicial District Court was dismissed May 6, 2024. Court records also reflect Katie Freeman signed an affidavit of non-prosecution March 27, 2024. How do you plead violating condition number 4?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Lastly is number 10. You have only paid $10 since your release from incarceration. Your last payment was made August 12, 2023, and you're currently in arrears $746. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Would you, let's first hear from Ms. Freeman. Ms. Freeman, what would you like us to know before we start our interview?
Ma'am?
What would you like us to know? You want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I do want to speak on behalf of Wilton. His address, he did report his address to the parole officer. The parole officer would come to our old home and visit him. And he told Wilton all he had to do when we moved was text him his new address. Wilton texted the new address. He also would speak to the parole officer on the phone with every now and then. Wilton was home, I want to say a week, and the reason why he was home was because the parole officer said he was coming make a visit with Wilton for him to text him the new address again. They sent Will home from offshore. He came home. He was home for a week. He texted the parole officer and tried to call him multiple times to let him know that he was home. The new address, he's never got a reply. So I don't feel like he was absconding anything because he was speaking to the parole officer on the phone. The domestic incident never happened. I was arguing outside with a neighbor and the police got called. And when the police got called, they assumed me and Wilton were arguing, and I kept telling them no. They also spoke to my 13-year-old son and pulled him to the side. And my 13-year-old son said that me and Wilton never got into a physical altercation. They still decided to take him to jail because they said that somebody was lying. They spoke to the neighbor. The neighbor said that me and her were arguing. that me and Wilton were never arguing. So those charges got dismissed.
Okay, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Barra will be asking Mr. Patio some questions.
I got a question for her. You have no fear of this man whatsoever?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
He's never touched you, right?
No, sir. We live together.
And you're asking us to let him go. That's right. That's what you're asking for today?
I'm asking that, yes, for him to get back to work because I am struggling financially to take care of the bills and our children together.
How long have y'all been together?
Been together 8 years.
All right. All the questions I have first.
Can I ask a question? Ms. Freeman, are you still there, ma'am? I want to ask you something
Yes,
because in the report here, it says that your right eye was purple and black. That wouldn't be a neighbor that would have done that. What happened there? Uh-oh, you froze up.
That was a fight I got into in the street. I've told the cops that a black eye. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
See you.
Okay. I had been having a black eye. That black eye never came from Wilton. I told the police officers that. And the two of the officers stated that if he would have hit me, I wouldn't have had a black eye right then and there. The sergeant that was on duty that night said that he did not believe me. He said, sir, he said he did not hit her. So that's when they asked if they could speak to my 13-year-old. They pulled my 13-year-old to the side outside, and he stated that Wilton never hit me. Whenever the officer came back in, he said the child said that no physical altercation ever occurred, that Miss Freeman didn't hit Wilton and Wilton didn't hit Miss Freeman. And that's when they said they still was going to take him to jail because they did not believe nobody. But he did not give me that black eye. I had gotten a fight on the streets.
Well, the child was present when all of this took place. And it's really traumatic on a child to be put in the position to call the police or talk to the police or anything like that. And so even if the child did see things, they would recant later because they don't want to get in trouble with their parents. So this is a bad situation for the child to be in and for us to be in, because I think the child believes something different. So I just wanted to ask you.
No problem, but Wilson did not hit me.
I have another question for you. On the record, the police report says that Caitlin Freeman stated that she and her live-in fiance, Wilson Patio, were having an argument about him cheating on her. Officer observed, officer asked Miss Caitlin, okay, were y'all having an argument?
I was not having when they were talking to me about my black eye, I told them that me and him argued for cheating and that I would fight in the street a girl. That's how they got the black eye. I never stated that me and him were arguing that day, and the day he got arrested. I never said that. They asked me about my black eye, and I stated that that's how I got my black eye, not from him, from arguing in the street about him cheating.
And it says that you gave Officer Reagan a statement that she was at home when Patio arrived and he came after her. So she went into her son's room and told him to call the police. Is that
I don't recall that.
That's what the police officer is right now. I mean, I don't. Okay, so you don't remember none of that?
No, I was outside.
All right, thank you for your input. Yeah.
No, we're ready for Mr. Patio.
Okay.
Mr. Patio, answer Mr. Barra's questions, please.
Okay, on violation number 2, report monthly. You said you had a statement about that. You pled not guilty. What's the statement about that?
When I first was released and I got out and went straight to work. And when I first seen him, he understood that I work in the oil field and I work 24-hour calls, so I'm mostly on the go. And he gave me a, a stack of the monthly reports. He told me just to call him or text him to let him know when I'm in. And I would do just exactly as he would ask. It's just that the monthly reports, being that I probably would be home a day or two, I never got a chance to turn them in. It's not like I just was not doing it. I still have the stacks home. I just haven't got a chance to turn them in.
That's
I
the
got
problem.
picked up. I got picked up at work at the heliport.
All right. What you just said is what's the problem? You didn't send the reports in like he asked you to. So he couldn't say that you were reporting monthly. And that's, the condition says that you will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision, and that you also report to the parole officer when ordered to do so. So you did actually violate number 2 by not sending a monthly report in. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying. I understand what
You
you're
were
saying,
sending
but
him a text, right? You sending him a
Yes.
text, not sending a report.
Right.
But the report was actually more important than the text, to tell you the truth.
I'm sorry, sir, but he didn't he really didn't say that it was
Well, he
this.
didn't have to say, I hate to interrupt you, but he didn't have to say it. You signed it. It's written on the conditions of your parole. It's what you agreed to when you were released on parole. So it's your responsibility to do that. Not him follow up with you every time. It's your responsibility to get him the report. That's the miscommunication, obviously, y'all having and part of the problem today. So you answered that question good enough. How about number 3? You pled not guilty on that one with a statement that you live at the place. If you move from the address, you get permission before doing so. What's your statement for that one?
Basically, Miss, my fiance basically told you exactly how it went. Like, I asked him before I could move, before I moved, that can I move? He said yes, for me to let him know when I move. Once I moved, which was actually 2 months later, and I texted him the address, and I constantly, he would talk to me on the phone. He would call me while I'm at work. I don't understand, what the miscommunication really came in with that situation.
That one you think is just a miscommunication.
Yes.
And number 4, the criminal activity, we've been through that one back and forth already. Unless you had anything to add to that, well, we already discussed.
No, sir.
Right. And then number 10, pay the money you owed, and it says that you haven't been paying. You've only paid $10 since you've been released incarceration, and you've been working every day.
Okay, this is what me and him came to an agreement with. Being that we had just moved, I moved my family from I want to say the ghetto to a better environment. He kind of understood, and I asked him, I'm like, would you be okay if I just pay it all out right before I get off to save up some money? Because our rent is higher. We are paying more money a month. So he was like, okay. It's just that I ended up being here before I even got a chance to even pay it out.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you've been in jail since March?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All
I
right,
do have one more. If you get out, you still got that job waiting on you, or you gonna have to go look for another job?
No, sir, I still have it.
And what is it?
Quality Energy Services. I'm a wireline operator.
All right.
what kind of operator?
Wireline?
But that's not offshore, is it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. All right, we're prepared to vote. Mr. Barron?
I find that you guilty on every one of these violations. You know, whether it be by misunderstanding, by, you didn't do what the parole officer told you to do. However, I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole today anyway.
Thank you.
But on the condition that you report in person once a month, no matter what the parole officer tells you. You show up over there and you hand them your paper. That's gonna be the condition, because you see how this text stuff and miscommunications can happen. You see where it ended you up. Don't leave it out to the text. Don't, because it's not the parole officer's job to go and find you every month and get that report from you. It's your job to get that to him. You understand that now? You understand me, right? It don't matter what the officer tells you. I'm telling you that you're gonna go bring it to the office in person once a month.
I promise you I will. I promise you I will.
Right, and that you're gonna make a payment every time you go. If you can't afford the full amount because you had a bigger bill or something, you're gonna bring what we call a token payment of at least $20. Wireline guys make good money. I know what they make. So you need to bring at least $20 every month if you're financially fine, and be prepared to pay it at the end, like you said.
I will most definitely do everything you're asking me, sir. I promise you.
The main reason that I feel all right about this is because Ms. Freeman is saying that it's all a big misunderstanding and that she's not worried about you hurting her. And although I don't believe everything she said either, we're gonna give you a shot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I highly appreciate it.
Well, I agree with Mr. Barra. I don't think he told the whole truth about everything, but the one that I'm most concerned about is the domestic violence with the child endangerment, the 13-year-old boy, and that he had to get in the middle of this in the sense that the police asked him what was going on. If the child called the police, his voice is going to be on the 911 call. So that's provable. And it's provable what he said if that was to be actually investigated. So I don't like that at all, to tell you the truth. But what I'd like to do, Ms. Freeman, let's just say the child is lying completely, that there is a domestic violence shelter near y'all. I don't know, y'all living in Rain. I think that's pretty rural. I really would like for you to go and see if you can go to counseling there, because I wouldn't want to see this happen again.
I most definitely would, ma'am.
Yes. And I would like for Ms. Freeman to go and bring that child, because it's not healthy for a child to be put in the middle of a violent home. So that's the one I'm most worried about. I'm going to go along with Mr. Barra, but I tell you what, don't let it happen again.
I promise you it won't, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Patio, I do concur with both of my colleagues based on everything I've heard today. My vote also today is do not revoke with those special conditions outlined by Mr. Barra. And also added special condition for you, Mr. Patio, to seek counseling through the domestic abuse shelter.
Yeah, and they can point you to some programs, or they may have the program right there.
So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes our business in Terrebonne. We're going to sign off at 10:28. All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Madison Parish on Thursday, July 18th. It is 10:36 a.m. And you are Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself, tell us your DOC number, please.
My name's Cody Daniel Johnson. My LDOC number is 763-845.
Yes, let me introduce the parole panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Mr. Danny Byron is seated to my left, and Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton is seated to my right. We're
How
here
y'all
for
doing?
good. Thanks for asking us. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank
We're
you for
here
asking.
We're here for a revocation decision. And do you have any paperwork there with you?
Yes, ma'am. I had this.
Yeah, that's the parole revocation questionnaire. And Mr. Johnson, is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the information contained on that form, it was determined at your preliminary hearing, you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer. So are you ready to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you should enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra because he'll have some questions for you. Your case has been assigned to him.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Johnson, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Specifically, condition number 2, you have not reported to your parole officer since June 2nd, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. I was reporting to my parole officer in
You
Mississippi.
can explain that to Mr. Barra in just a moment. Let's get through the allegations and you can, I'm going to put not guilty with a statement. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Number 3, additionally, you left the state of Louisiana without permission of your parole officer as evident of your arrest January 23rd, 2024 in Forest County, Mississippi. So how do you plead to violating number 3?
Not guilty.
Right. Number 4 says on or about December 3rd, 2024, you were arrested by Forest County Sheriff's Office for committing the offense aggravated assault, use of deadly weapon. It is noted you were never indicted on those charges. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty. Charges was dropped.
And then we have condition number 5. You were in possession of a dangerous weapon when you committed the offense of aggravated assault, use of a deadly weapon. How do you plead to violating number 5?
Not guilty.
Number 9, the parole office was unable to visit you at your home or elsewhere because you failed to provide your correct address. How do you plead to violating number 9?
Not guilty.
And last is condition number 10. You have supervision fee arrearages in the amount of, looks like $664. No payments have been made. How do you plead to violating number 10?
I'm guilty on that.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Barra's question?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on number 2, submit your monthly report by the 5th of every month until you complete your supervision. What you gotta say about that one? Said not guilty.
I report the day they let me go. I reported to Mr. Chris. He's the parole officer in Madison Parish. And I'm on parole in Mississippi too, and he knows that. So he started my interstate compact, and I had to report to Mississippi because I'm on parole over